Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. Back in our republic, building our housing extension before we get started on the next housing extension, which includes a shopping center. I'm still not sure I want to have the market hall here. I think a market hall might be something for the northern side. We will see. Right now, I would like to get the prison back up and running and start making loyalty again. We're running out of money every now and then. Tram production requires more steel import, which drains our money. We're still importing a lot of resources, but the thing that is the issue is the iron. Driving every price up like crazy. Oh, I didn't know. Looks like this train is limited to 35 kilometers an hour if it's pulling trams to the border. Then I guess we don't need to use a fast train for that. Never mind. I guess you can go to the customs house afterwards, and I could use a slow train to do that. And that would be fine too. See, it's gonna look so cool with some of those huge early style free time buildings here and there around the place. Speed limits, yeah. I don't think it counts for the train cars, but the trams seem to have a speed limit. You can't pull them very quickly over the train tracks. I think. Oh, it was missing coal? I don't think it was missing coal. No, 35 kilometers an hour. We're maxed out. So a slow train could shunt them to the border, I guess. Interesting. Didn't know that. Them behind the EP33. Isn't that a bit overkill? Don't have those yet. What? Oh, wait. Is it big? Interesting. Why does this flip to passengers? Huh. When the trams are connected as cargo, they count as... the line counts as passenger lines, I guess. Interesting. Hello 50. Welcome. So this line switched to a passenger line and the cargo train can't get assigned until the trams get detached, I guess. So here it says, I'm gonna mark that, I guess. I don't know if that's intentional or not. It doesn't feel like it's intentional, but it's also not a huge bug, I guess. All right, make a save. There we go. It's pulling trams as cargo, but it flipped its train line to passenger train for some reason. We'll write that to the developer just in case. Okay. Are your locomotives running on steam or diesel? Steam. They're all steam. There's nothing else. Tram train. There we go. Diesel is illegal here. Except for the trucks, yes. For trains it's illegal. It's too polluting. We just burn clean coal. City's getting bigger and bigger. I mean, that was the plan. I mean, for this city, yes. To compensate, we're making this city smaller and smaller. We're absorbing its power. It's almost all gone. Then it will never even have existed. And everyone's gonna be really, really sad about it. This was called auxiliary settlement for a reason. People weren't supposed to get attached to this thing. I blame Chet. Diesel is cheap and powerful. Not here. Here it's laden with water, I guess. How can you be sad when it was never even there, comrade? I know, it never existed. It's just urban legend. Or former urban legend, I guess. Hi, Renly Chilbert. Chilbert, welcome. Alright, we're gonna shut off the distillery for a moment and run food production so the warning stops popping up. I tend to associate industrial progression with diesel, that's why. Well, here we're going from horse carriages to steam trains. That's our industrial progression. And cableaway cars. They're really good. Someone should make a mod, I know, that replaces the cableaway cars with single carry capacity horses that just dangle from the cableaway line. Yeah, but it's a stupid mod, just for fun. Cars running on water. Genius, yeah. It could be funny. So single carry capacity horses or horse carriages with 20 capacity. So we just hang the wooden horse carriages off of the cableaway car line, and then we have carry capacity of 20 instead of what they currently have. But they still have the horse in front. So it would be the horse cart carriage with the horse in front. Now it's a normal line again, cargo train line. Now it should work. To reassign it back to the other train. There you go. I think there's a mod where you can generate power via a laser beam. That would be cool. Not suitable for early start. Horse carriage with a horse attached. You have to pay extra to be the one person on the horse. Oh yeah, I guess it could be 21 carry capacity because the horse doesn't pull anything, so I guess that would be fine. Yep, there's a bit of a traffic jam here, but they've chosen to go through the footpath, so it doesn't block anything. This one is fine. Just getting rid of the remaining water pipe that is now replaced with a water treatment plant. treating the river water upstream from where we output the polluted water. I'll have to spend money on migrants. Once one of these houses is done, that doesn't allow anyone to currently move in because loyalty restrictions. We can see how much money we have to spend to actually get migrants, because it's not visible on... Oh, here we can see it. 350k. So the price of a tram for a group of migrants. Great. This is going to be expensive. Alright, you're gonna run that route, export trams. Just getting into this game, would you recommend waiting to play early start until after doing 1960 start game, or is it an early start simpler in ways? It's more difficult. It's slower if you play on realistic mode. If you play on non-realistic mode with automatic resource imports and building construction, you're gonna run into the issue that you will have to plan differently than with normal start, because your road carry capacity for the horse carriages is going to be really low. But if you start in 1920, you also have trucks, and the industrial progression is quite nice. But yeah, be prepared for really low carry capacity. If you like steam trains and you don't mind building smaller settlements, then early start is fine. But yeah, just be prepared. You have to rely more on trains or ships to do your logistics. But if you're learning the game, if you want to understand the economy and you don't want to lose, early start is going to be more difficult to get started. Because you're restricted in certain ways that will make it more difficult to pivot once the economy demands a change. You're welcome. So, very loyal migrants. We got tons of people potentially living here. Some of which can work in the secret police, because the secret police with very loyal workers would also be a lot more efficient. This one, I guess, will just keep very loyal, highly educated people around in these two buildings, just because. All will be told to work in the prison first and foremost. But then other facilities could be added. In this case, just the prison with the secret police as an overflow for the highly educated, and the other loyal people, I don't know. I guess they can go to the cableway station, or any other surrounding building is fine too. Alright, relocate the police. Finish this crime, and then remove the police station here and put the waste storage back in place. Just the system. Stealing bread is life without parole. I'm thinking about it. I want to try again the Gulag run, where I just handed out massive prison sentences. Because in that run, my idea was that the only way to make money is to, well, with prisoners basically. Everything had to go through prison labor to be an export good. So I needed lots of prisoners, but for some reason people got really upset when I did that. And I think it was because I might have not taken care of reducing criminality. But with the new knowledge of monuments, I might be able to get them to still get loyal inside the prison. Making money via free labor. Well, it's not free, we still have to pay food and clothing. Although those are kind of optional, right? I wonder if you could just skimp on everything. Just give them food, no clothing, no meat. What are they gonna do? Run away? I mean, might try to, but... I haven't tried running a prison with insufficient resources, I guess. That would be another test that we would have to do at some point. Because I think if they like meat, their loyalty will drop. If I don't care about their loyalty going over 40, then it doesn't matter. But we might be able to compensate that with a monument or two on the outside. Alright, so loyalty for wardens would be 50. I can get 30 wardens right now. Right, maybe. Just give them soup. Yeah, I haven't thought about skimping on the resources I give to orphans or prisoners. Because you don't have to give them clothing or meat, just food should be enough to keep them alive, right? I'll get really mad, but who cares? It's a nudist colony, after all. Lots of people with unknown loyalty around here. Secret police needs to pick up the pace. We need to up the loyalty requirement for the secret polices, I think. Get at least 35 in there. Would like to up that to a higher amount, but yeah, that's what we are going to have for now. Prison can't be recolored. I want that loyalty boost, don't care about anything else in this prison. And now we just need to wait until the secret police catches up with the job of making sure that only loyal people work in here. Problem is it will attract unloyal people all the time if they aren't handled by a secret police. Because they can all walk here easily. It would be best if the workers just come directly from these houses. And that's it. That would be best. So building a compound with a fence and then only an access route for the workers to get into the prison from the back that only these houses have access to would have been the best, I guess. Maybe I can redesign it to do just that. We would have to disconnect the footpaths here. Give this one a footpath out the other side. And then they would all walk into the prison. I would have to move the prison back so I can basically have a no footpath, no pedestrians allowed via the road. A bit awkward. But yeah, this might be a better idea for making loyalty. Need more money. Stupid steel. I don't think the tram production is going to do us any favor. You know what? Cancel that. Shut that down. I need to save some money for now. These building maintenances are taking way too long. I guess because there's a lot of other construction ongoing too. Would be funny if they could pull the steel that they need for the maintenance directly from the attached storage. But I don't think that's a thing, otherwise it would have already happened. So, when are the prisoners gonna get some food? I know we're delivering clothing and meat first to be funny, but we should also prevent them from starving, I think. Garbage container overfilled. Right, that one isn't done yet either. But almost. I might relocate that prison to do what I said we should do. Lock the prison laborers in from just these 4 houses. Which would reduce the need for actually having loyalty checks with the secret police. I mean, we still need those. But the secret police isn't catching up right now. There's always a couple houses nearby that they can't deal with. And also with the loyalty setting, apparently it doesn't run that well. Okay, you're going to be highly educated only with loyalty over 25%, which shouldn't be that difficult to achieve. You, I don't care. You can be anything, but you too. Decent loyalty, please. That's a lot of prisoners for that small prison. Seems like it's getting more prisoners? No, it's a 6th. That's still fine. That should balance out. How many traders the secret police arrested so far? 34. 36. 36, yeah. The current number of prisoners. They're all traitors. Because when they commit crime, they reduce the loyalty of the Republic, ergo they're traitors. So you're gonna head back and then you're gonna walk to the factories basically after you get unloaded, which is fine. We're also unloading workers for the rail construction track building, if we activate it. Well, I hope those trams get exported soon. Hate being at 0 money, I guess. Steel. Oh, steel crashed? Steel crashed. Down to 18,000 US dollars from 30,000. Gotta wait. Where's the food factory? Here. Food factory is doing its thing. I'm gonna allow 20 workers in the distillery just to make alcohol for the city. And some export, I guess. But let's make sure we don't have to, at some point, start importing food. I haven't heard any trains running in a while. I feel concerned. It's a drag race. Aww, slow train lost. Oh well. Growing crops is a pain in the ass, yet. I do not recommend farming as a starting industry. Unless you really like the idea of having crop fields around, but it will be more difficult to set up than other industries. And it's also because it's tedious to just place the fields and make them look pretty. Unless you're using the grid, which then I guess it becomes okay, but still. Oh, this one already filled up with highly educated people. Interesting. That went quick. Should mean that the secret police works better, I hope. So far it doesn't look like it. Still people with question marks here. I guess because we're building more houses with smaller capacity, the secret police is getting overburdened. I probably need another one. Because the loyalty area needs to have every house vetted. It just needs to have everything checked and made sure that there's no disloyal people coming in here to make this work. Yeah, let's build a secret police here too. Secret police in every block, pretty much. Last time we lost our loyalty goal because secret police stopped taking care of stuff, because I was relying on secret police with very high loyalty. And when it declined, I was left with insufficient secret police. It's not gonna happen again. At least I hope it doesn't. Alright, now we need to get the migrants, which I don't have the money for. So we can start boosting loyalty, because now the secret police seems to be okay. But yeah, this area is very important. This is our restart to the secret police, so I'm gonna invest some money to get it going. I'll restart into loyalty. Shouldn't need too many wardens, but we need some wardens. Yeah, too many small houses. Unfortunate, but with growing efficiency, our secret police will also become more efficient. Greenpeace City, yeah. I'll have to wait with the loyalty attempt a bit longer. You know what? I should take out a massive loan and get the license to produce trains, because it's just gonna get more expensive. Is that a good idea? Paying 1,000,000 rubles per month just so we have a train that we can build? Sure. I say let's go for it. 3 pages of loans. 1.1 million rubles in loan repayments per month. Crippling debt. We're still below the halfway point of the total amount we can borrow, but we're slightly over half of what we can still borrow. This would be 61.5 million. 172. Although I can pay back some loans, and then it would be about even. It's not crippling debt. Look at that, the interest rate is still 4.2. As long as it's not higher than 4.2, it's still considered very, very okay. The first loans were really cheap loans anyway. 4.05. It's basically saving us money, I think. $94 tons of steel. It's a lot. 200,000. Actually, it's rubles, so 300,000 just for steel. We need a tiny amount of fabric and a marginal amount of electronic components compared to what we need in steel. It's cheaper to take a loan than to buy it outright. Well, I want to make my own trains in the future instead of having to import them. So yeah, I think it's going to be cheaper in the long term. Especially since the price is going to keep going up and up and up. I need to relocate the prison. This is not working out. If I don't get the secret police up in time soon. There's too many people with unknown loyalties walking into these buildings. I think I needed a large secret police, but I like the smaller secret polices. The large one seems quite bulky. Well, we could have it. Could place it somewhere. Relocate the prison in an isolated island. That would be possible, yeah. So no pedestrians allowed through the front entrance and then all through the side entrance, which only connects to these 4 buildings. And they would need a path out of the area through a different way. That would solve it. And I think the road would be long enough to do that. I might do that. Because this is an annoying struggle with the other workers. Let's do that. There shouldn't be any prisoner here. Get out. Do I want to carry all the resources out again? I guess I do. Let's do that. Well, some of the resources. Clothing. Maybe food. Don't think I cared about the meat too much. Let's just move it a little bit. And that should fix it. Buildings are similar to the projects in New York City. Okay. The block buildings? Yeah, I guess I could see that. Gonna pay back the loans now, but at least we can make trains, steam engines. Don't have the license for the BR80 yet. I also want that one, but let's not go overboard and get both of them at the same time. That would be a bit crazy. Another thing we'll have to do is disconnect this footpath, which is fine, because we need to relocate the prison anyway. And the houses, you can stay connected to the road, that's fine. We'll have to put a split in here. So the upper exits are just for the prison, and then the lower exits are for getting out into the city, I guess. So this needs to become disconnected. And this we also need to disconnect afterwards. And put a footpath in here for the last house. Strange that the car factory is still manufacturing 20s cars in the 50s. I'm telling you, this city is perpetually stuck in the 19th century. Even if we're in the 20th century right now, we're still in the 19th century. doesn't even have sidewalks. Let's do that. Brick road with sidewalk. Yeah, let's upgrade it first before we put the footpath tunnel down here. Make sure we don't block the fire station. That's just a footpath access. Okay, now we're good. Treating orphans like commodity. Bless those orphans. We'll always have the orphan stockpile at least. Yeah. And since we learned how to flat pack them, they also store quite nicely. Okay, what's going on? Oh my god, Jesus. Picking up the waste here, causing massive traffic jam again. I'm telling you, having a lot of carriages is kind of needed, but having too many carriages is deadly. Ugh. Stop the demolition, get out of here. You know what? We're gonna help with this building demolition by putting a no motor vehicle sign down on this side, meaning that the demolition vehicles can't actually get here right now. No, that doesn't work. Guess I'll have to do that in waves, I guess. Yes, the grocers are running out because there was demolition ongoing. I like how physically larger early start orphanages have a higher building quality than the normal ones. Yeah, but who cares about building quality? We need to cram as many people into a small enough space to get them loyal. Are you against battery farmed orphans? Who are you? Are you a Western spy? Maybe my demolition officers need to all be trucks because this is ridiculous. Stairs and re-education, yep. Like, oh, we need to stop bringing resources here for trying to empty this out. No, get out of here. No deliveries. We're trying to empty the prison out. Don't refill it. Hello, Pergus. Welcome. What emote is that? I have no idea. I could be making statements about the emote of what I initially saw. I don't know if I should because it might be considered mean. It looked like a cyclops peeking around a corner vomiting at me. Perfection, yeah. That's exactly what it was supposed to be. Nailed it. I think the horse demolition officers need to be told not to auto-search and only be assigned when we know that there's no issue with demolition capacity. Otherwise we need to rely on the large demo office, which will run on trucks. Or I guess we could rely on a single horse demolition office to carry the resources and... yeah, let's do that one. You can still be on auto search. The other ones are not allowed to. It's too much. We can assign them manually if we want to have a little bit more throughput, but it's otherwise too much. Hello Dynamic. Welcome. Alright, that's good enough, I guess. Could leave the road because we're just scooting it back a little bit to get a traffic sign in here. That's all we're trying to do, so the road doesn't have to move or be removed. Let's make sure only 2 demolition officers assign themselves here. Yep, they're set to auto search, the other ones are not. This should be a lot more reliable on the loyalty side of things, I hope. You also need to be connected on that end. It's going to be the access footpath for the people to work in the prison. I'll have to see where it connects. The footpath we have to get rid of though. That one can move away. And to build all of this we need a dirt footpath so that people can actually get onto this side and build them up for us. So this we will still need. This one we need to get rid of. I thought I already triggered that. Wait with this until we've decided how it should look like. Looks like a secret demolition techniques lecture. I just disabled 2 horse demolition officers from auto assigning themselves because they were causing traffic jams. So if I need more carry capacity I can assign more demolition officers, but the horse carriages load so slowly that a single demolition officer from them is fine. And I guess I can assign them to different demolition tasks, like I guess one could do a building, one could do a sewage pipe, etc. So I can micromanage them a little bit. This at least is safe enough. I still need the secret police to function, but at least not an excessive amount of disloyal people are walking in from way too far away into the prison at that point. And then we can also use the same strategy for orphanages, because we can make loyal people work in the orphanage, which will increase their capacity easily. Not necessarily to boost loyalty, just to make sure that we have as much capacity inside our orphanages that we can utilize as possible. Alright, how's the old settlement? Looking pretty good. Would be nice if you balanced yourself a little bit. I mean, I guess I can unassign... Oh, these are all not assigned to demolition officers yet. They slowly do that once they finish the small footpaths and everything else, but I think the small footpaths are not assigned to demolition officers either. Those with the horses, the horse carriages. What's your wear? 18%. I think we're gonna say now that we're fine on wear and tear of buildings. If something collapses, so be it, but I'm not gonna repair stuff anymore, so we're gonna get rid of the construction officers. And move the horse carriages into some of the demolition officers, so they can, if they assign themselves to another building, they can work on some separate buildings too. All those traffic jams caused by a collapsed orphanage? No. I decided to demolish a secret police, and it was the waste trucks that caused the traffic jam, but it wasn't intentional demolition. Because we relocated that secret police into this area instead. Just doesn't like it. It sent too many vehicles out and all the supply lines were backed up along the road. So we have to be more careful if we do demolition work. If it's outside, I can assign a lot more demolition officers. Like for example here we could assign more, because it's off of the road for resource supplies. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to have maybe one more demolition officer assigned to pick up the resources a bit more quickly. And if it has internally 2 loading bays, it's even better, because then they can load the waste a lot faster. But for the houses that only have a single loading bay, if we were to demolish the large hospital, that could kill our republic for how long it will take it to demolish, because it only has a single area to pick up waste from. I would like a horse carriage in any of the demolition offices. So this is gonna be a HDEMO. Hi. This is high capacity, then we have one for medium capacity and one for low capacity is what I'm gonna go with. This one is still an auto assign because it has horse carriages that can bring workers. I will have to move some waste carriages in to match the description. So it is gonna designate some intensity of demolition. So currently this is the high one because it has way too many horse carriages to be a no capacity one, but that's fine. Took a huge loan. We took a bit of a loan, 62 million. I wanted to buy a license. Did you turn your money tape off? What happened to it all? Taxman get held of it. I wanted to have the train license to make Prussian locomotives, which cost about 70 million rubles. And now we're slowly paying that back. But yeah, buying licenses is expensive. The train costs 70 million, the train cars cost 5 million, and the price is just continuing to go up. I thought right now I would get a good deal because the steel price did shrink a little bit, but I'm sure it's gonna go up again. This does have 2 loading bays, but it's Still a bit troublesome, but yeah, it's off of the road, so this will be okay. This doesn't cause too many problems. 2 more waste pickups in the police station. I guess this was just this police station, not the secret police. If I were to try anything else for making money, just focus on clothing or alcohol, wouldn't really work anymore. It's just too much. Too much focus on steel and iron. Low intensity can be assigned to this one, because that's just a footpath. Be really careful if you have to do demolition with horse carriages. That can lock your city down and prevent fire trucks from getting anywhere. Also, hello Thunder. I didn't say that, I don't think. Then we'll have a little bit more room in front of the prison, which means we can put a monument in the area. A couple monuments. But only really for looks. I think I'm gonna unassign the medium demo. It's too much. Oh look, a horse carriage bringing workers here after the building has already been demolished. Well, the excavator did all the work, so was to be expected. Hello Dentrossi. Welcome. Going to get some use out of the excavator. I think it splits it up into 2 demolition tasks, which I don't want. Okay, give it some more time. Spring is coming. Odd shape. Well, it's the previous footpaths. There was absolute chaos here. What a mess. tempted to put a brick production yard just in the middle of the city so we can pick up our bricks directly in here. Just a low capacity brick production. 6 tons of pollution is very, very little. Slap it down here, aggregate unloading station and a storage for the coal. Could run it. I'll hook it up to the major coal delivery with this conveyor maybe? Yes, we could run a coal brick production here off of the existing storages. That would be a thing. It would draw from the same storage as the heating plant, which is not ideal. This would be the better connection. Sure, let's put a brick factory in the city, right? What's the worst that could happen? Just a bit more pollution. Let's think about that. Let's not build it yet, but let's think about it. We'll put a brick production here. Get a footpath across the train tracks. We'll have more housing. I mean, it's a commercial area. It's just going to absolutely destroy and annihilate whoever lives in these houses, but who cares? Could be a bit bad for our loyalty system, I guess. Building textures not load again. No, they're fine. They're all good. Six tons. 3 times that of a clothing factory. I mean, we're already at 52 years. I shouldn't overdo it. Maybe an area that isn't as close to the heating plant. But carrying the coal all the way across here just to run a brick factory would be a bit much. Locomotives covered in coal dust. That is what's happening, yes. No think, only do. That's not how the city is operating, Megamonk. You can't do that in the city. It's risky. We're treading water on our population count. But these buildings are currently out of range of pollution, so it's going to hopefully do us some good with the population growth again. We don't have any 21-year-olds without their own flat after winter. Okay, road got upgraded. Looks very chunky now. High priority, don't burn down my vehicle production line. I dare you. Single construction task. It should get done quickly. Does the pollution really affect them? And in what way? It lowers their life expectancy. They only get to age 55 and then they die. As soon as a person hits their life expectancy, or more than that, they die. It's not an well, this is average lifespan, but every person has their own lifespan. And when they go over, they fall over and are gone. Maybe brick roads in the large storage area? Maybe. That would help the trucks, although I don't want the trucks to run too fast. But I guess during winter it could be useful. Probably upgrade the tram road up here first. This wasn't supposed to be a tram road. I guess we could upgrade a brick road here. It's not really a tram supposed to run this way. That would be silly. Upgrading this road to a brick road with sidewalks could cause some problems. What is this? Oh, there's vehicles on the road, right. Quick check on the building list for wear and tear. Sewage switch in the auxiliary settlement at 58, everything else is close to 40, so no problem. Is it red after 50%? What is red? Brick production? Oh, you mean anything? Yeah. Power lines, sewage show red if it is over 50%. Where? I think so. I believe so, yeah. Hello, Archer. Welcome. Rubo is fine. No, not really, but... Secure police done. Let's get some used personal cars in there. Rubles fine. I mean, we're not... The Republic isn't dying immediately once we run out of rubles, is what I mean. We will still have to pay more money if we don't cover our loan... loan repayments. But the Republic is not in danger at the moment. Put the waste storage here again. Somewhere in this area. Once that is done, we can put some trees down, and that would be a green space heat exchanger near the edge of the city, which didn't really get any residential development, or at least not that much. It's already at 81%. How's it going with the Republic? Pretty good. We're approaching 10,000 citizens if we give it enough housing and want to grow, but I'm still trying to fix some of the growing pains of the Republic. Oddly enough, the secret police is gonna be nice and clean. Right, more demolition office vehicles, please. Let me know when that is gone, and we can place the replacement prison with the loyalty attempt. That's also why the large prison is going to be more difficult to set up, because it doesn't have any footpaths. But I guess if you make the road long enough for a traffic sign to not let people in, and then another section behind that to have footpaths go into that, then you can just run it the same way. Just need to leave some extra space in front, I guess, to organize it. The road is not yet upgraded, but it has all the resources, and I guess the workers are heading there right now. This took a lot longer than I thought it would. But yeah, I want to build the footpath, bringing workers to the vehicle production, steel mill, and mechanical component production on the other side, so the workers on the trams are not wasted in this area. It cuts down that trip duration a little bit. I still have to measure and see if this is actually enough footpath-wise, because I only measured it from this point on, where it seemed fine, but not this one. And I'm building it this way instead of the other way around, because them walking along the brick road is faster than them walking in the tunnel inside the underpass. So they can reach the vehicle production. They could reach the vehicle production if it had a footpath on this side. They can't reach the vehicle production. Not with that setup. Okay, well. Steel mill. Do I really want to relocate that waste storage? I don't want to, but I should. I mean, we have a large internal waste storage. The only thing that's going to happen is that we're not going to be able to separate out the metal scrap, I guess. I would like to build the mechanical component production here and hook it up directly to the vehicle production. That steel storage is not really necessary, we found out. That would get them into the steel mill. And that was the other production areas, right? Except the vehicle production. Except the vehicle production. Don't fight me on this game. I'm going to win. Now we have access to the vehicle production line too. So with these two footpaths we could access both. The whole industrial area would be supplied through the tram track, and we can pump a lot of workers in here if we want to. So close but so far. No, it's all good. I could shorten this a little bit by having the footpath entrance here, I think, but it wouldn't be that much. Don't think there's anywhere else where I could build it and it would make sense. So I guess this is what we're going to do. Maybe if I move the waste storage, I guess. But I didn't find any other room for it. Yeah, let's go. Just another footpath for no reason whatsoever. Make it look really industrious with footpaths everywhere. One just for vanity's sake. I don't think so. Just build it like that. Build the brick factory first. Brick factory. I don't know if I want a brick factory in my city. I mean, I want a brick factory in my city. Do I want it in my residential area? Not really, but also kind of. The easiest place for a brick factory would still be this one. Get rid of the veterinary and put a brick factory here, which can take resources directly from the unloading station. So whenever the coal train is here unloading, we could make bricks. And then the train would have 7 days to get back with new coal, and we're not producing bricks all the time anyway. I was just worried about the pollution. Always worried about the health of my citizens. Very Monday to you. Footpath tunnels needs heaps of bricks. Lately I've been wondering if they're balanced correctly. I think so. Because they are built once, like pipes, or heating pipes. So their cost is quite high, because you don't have to maintain them. Otherwise, if the cost was low, people would probably put all of their residential paths underneath the city easily. So in this case it balances out a little bit, so people make a choice until they have their own brick production, I guess. Then they could still do it, but the construction is going to take a while. Yeah, this is going to be this awful, weirdly pristine color inside the secret police next to the pollution blackened housing. Somehow this building is always scrubbed clean. Okay, loyalty is looking known everywhere now, so I wouldn't have to do this with the prison. But the other benefit we're going to have of this is that the walking distance is going to be really short for the people working inside the prison. So we'll probably be able to get to max capacity on the workers quite easily. If we have enough people with high enough loyalty, that is. The loyalty of the workers in here already dropped pretty badly. Hopefully a future monument can correct that. We're going to spend so much money on migrants just to get the loyalty boost going again. They're not going to vote for you at the next election? Where are they? I'm going to put a hit on them. The more I see of MegaCity 19, the more I realize I know nothing. Oh, I'm still learning new stuff, like I always discover new things, which is cool. This is a game where you enjoy the learning rather than the... Well, okay, people who play this game are better off if they enjoy the process of learning rather than the process of perfection, of the process of implementing knowledge, I guess. I mean, implementing knowledge is still really nice, but you never feel like you've mastered the game. Okay, mastery was the word I was looking for. Learning instead of mastery is what this game is. Love it, I'm gonna wreck so many trains. Game's one hell of a rabbit hole, yeah. Also, train signals. I made a bit of a modification here, so I shortened the purple block. And now we have two green blocks into a purple block, into an orange, into a blue, into purple, orange. Double junction with no signals in between. The trains figure themselves out. Lots of different parking lanes here. Spaghetti rail network. Yeah, I think single train networks are underutilized. Single train track networks. This is not built for efficiency or perfection. It's built for attempting to simulate realism. So there are going to be things where you're looking at it and like, this is how you should build it, and I'm going to say no, not in the beginning. If you feel like the game has become too easy, then yes, you can build like that. Imposing misery on your citizenry on the basis of realism. Love your show, sir. Thank you. Also, every building has basically a pollution meter that tells you how you need to be this tall to actually have good life expectancy. So if you're this tall, you're going to survive for a very good time. Closer to the heating plants, it's about 4 stories. So it's a bit rougher here. Thank goodness. Oh wait, no, not tall enough. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a white block and I want to paint it black. Yep, it's all the soot from the coal seeping into the residential area. We have to relocate those orphanages at some point because I think there's going to be the train station in this area. The passenger train platform is going to go there and the orphanages will be relocated to become normal buildings dotted around the Republic. Maybe in the same layout that the prison is currently being built, where there are some houses directly connected to the orphanage. Because then we can minimize the walking distance a lot. Even if we don't go for loyalty, minimizing the walking distance would be a huge gain. Because then it can run at full capacity almost all the time. I mean the tunnels take a lot of resources, but now that excavators can actually build them up, it's kind of ridiculous how quickly you can build them. I love it. Speaking of excavators building tunnels, let's move our excavator back in so we can do that. Old settlement, still getting waste removed. Maybe I need another meat truck or two. Two refrigerated. And two in this one, they're all busy. How about the horse carriages? They are not all busy, never mind. There's still plenty sitting around not doing anything. I think I would like a dedicated meat truck going into the... Oh, I already have one. Into the shopping center, yeah, there should be a dedicated meat truck here. That will help. That should help. Yeah, upgrading this section of road is going to disrupt our delivery of resources into the city a bit. And there's too many footpaths that would interrupt us from building a bypass road. I never finished this connection of the building because I didn't know how I wanted it to look. You know what? We're gonna make a Y footpath, I think. Somewhere around here. I mean, it's basically the same shape as this one, I guess. Sure. But it needs to be in the middle. Okay, yeah, we'll do that, sure. If we build it this way, the other thing we need is a waste storage for the prison that actually can get used. So I have to hook up a waste storage into this footpath. No, how are we going to do that? Maybe the waste connects outside without the walking distance being an issue. Interesting. I mean, I have a second footpath, I guess. But also not usable. I might have to move it back further so we can have a waste storage if it doesn't allow us to connect, I guess. Let me tear down this footpath so I can make the corner new if it becomes an issue, if it gets in the way. Almost done picking up all the waste. The double power plants beeping along. I had a game where I had 4 of them and they were all synced to beep at different times. It was just a constant beeping noise. It was actually the MegaCity 1 run from before this one. It was quite loud. Those were the days, yeah. Man, if we had trucks, this would go so much faster. Okay, we got one for high, one for medium. You know what, I'm just gonna rename them, I guess. Then I don't have to fiddle around with the horse carriages. The medium one can stay on auto assignment, but we have one high capacity waste carriage pickup assignment thing that we can use for delivering a lot of waste away from an area. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. I'm not sure if the waste is going to work the way I hope it does. If I build a prison here, I guess I can test it with another building. So what I'm trying to test is... I don't think I can place a sign here, that's too close. Maybe this... Well, I can check the footpath out, but it doesn't have a waste storage. I guess we can test it with the asphalt plant, probably. The answer is yes. It doesn't work. Yes, it does work. Okay, sure. Okay, here we can test it. sort of. No pedestrians allowed into this area. They still have the other footpaths, but what I want to test is if I hook this up here now. Okay, it doesn't allow people into the waste storage, but is that because the waste storage is checking... Okay, I still don't know it. Because it's checking from the waste storage, so it makes sense. Now I need another building. Why are my road connections all that short? You don't even have a waste storage, do you? Sheesh. This block bin access, checked this like 16 months ago. Yeah, like I said, if it gets older than a year, I'm clearing the space for new workers and resources knowledge. Then it wasn't that important. Now it's important again. So that means I have to leave room for a bin behind the no pedestrian sign. Which I guess we can easily do by just doing this sort of thing. Just cheese the game. Get two nodes really close to each other. It's not going to cause any problems, I swear. Yes, the corner is going to get in the way. Otherwise it'll be alright. Let's see, no pedestrians. And then a garbage storage behind that. Way longer than my short-term storage. MegaCity 69 for me it is. That would be... Yeah, I mean, if you don't have early start DLC, it makes sense. Very nice, yeah, very nice. That's what I meant to say. This one will connect into the road, and then we have our waste storage here, I guess. I hear a lot of sirens. Sure, it's fine. A lot of sirens. Do we have a waste bin that's full somewhere? Yes. Yes, we do. The kindergarten here is just spewing out pollution like crazy. Never finished this. I never asked for this. That would explain why the life expectancy here is so terrible all year round. Guess that makes sense. Did create another snapping point, did you? Yes. This is where the waste storage will go. You know what? I'm gonna use a footpath. A small waste storage. We don't need a massive waste storage here after all. So now we have a no pedestrians allowed in here sign. This is where the residents will walk in. We'll build it up again. Hopefully this time it'll work well. Because we lost all loyalty in the migrants already. It's ridiculous. Well, in most of them. We need a monument here too. Jump scare Lenin could be a thing. Walk around the corner, turn on right, visit someone, and bam, Lenin. Might be a bit much. But in front of the prison, I think we can use that. Also, it's 56. I could build the tank monument, but I don't think that would work with early start. 19th century. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for tank monuments, I guess. Scare without jump. Love that little tank. It's ridiculous. It's really good. Are we done? What's going on? Concrete mixers are stuck again. My trams. Sheesh. Go home. Go home. Stop the blocking of everything. We need our construction sector out of the city. This is a bit much. Let's go back to the other settlement. I don't want to look at this right now. Good progress. Still so much time spent on waste picking up, because they're all going to the same buildings. Once these footpaths are all disconnected, this road can be bulldozed or excavated in one go. Wow. %5. Yep, still a shortage of bricks. Delivery train is a little bit slow on that. Well, not really, we're just using a ton of bricks right now for all the footpath tunnels. Maybe the brick factory wouldn't have been a terrible idea. Could have imported the coal a lot more easily. Don't have any more open hull train cars. And I haven't bought the license for those yet. Now I want it. So cargo wagons based on production year. These are the cheapest ones. Let's start making some of them. Random color. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then we can designate our fast train to assist with the brick deliveries, so we don't have to wait on the construction material train only. Can import a lot more bricks at that point. Sure. Demolish the short road sections, I guess. Don't care about the footpaths, even if it splits it up in two in some cases, I'm not sure when. That's fine. Excavator at 40% wear. I really want to maintain it. Right. Local waste pickup, slowing everything down. That's okay. Except that the fire station isn't running, but if stuff burns down, so be it. We'll just deal with it. I want to make the sound that the emote makes, but I also don't want to. A wise choice. Yeah. thought I heard a fire. I heard some crackling. Oh, no, I was right. There's a fire. Okay, sure. Low in spiral. No, we're good. Well, maybe. No, we're not good. Wait. Oh yeah, I bought a vehicle license last month. That's why we imported 5 million rubles worth of vehicles. Let's just produce some train cars that will allow us to import resources faster. It's gonna fix it. I thought I saw a blue car. No way. There. These ones are driving around in the city too. Highly modernized rubber tire, horseless carriages. Going way too fast. Limited power, yes. Hello, Simon. Oh, look at that. The train is not too long. 200 meters. Perfect. Left enough room. Let me know when the prison is done. I have a dumb joke for you all. Previously, in the rail transportation industry, the stakes were high. There you go, that's a joke. That's all I got. What's the business model for the prison? It's going to run loyalty on a small prison. It'll hopefully re-educate people into society by making them super loyal to the government. Ooh, thank you. I know that's what you come here for. Like your joke, thank you. At least one person knows a good joke, and this wasn't it. That clean building looks so out of place. Nah, they're supposed to be a secret police. They have to at least blend in a little bit. There's a Gao. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. Could assign another building to send workers to the tram stop. Once we have 2 train cars, I'll let the train run to the border. Didn't want to send it out with only 1. And during the trips, more train cars will be built that we can then pick up and also send over. Yeah, that's not gonna be in range anymore afterwards. We might need another waste storage down here, I guess. We'll see, once the footpath has been removed. Hello Teku, what a city, really impressive, thank you. We're at 8% of its intended size. 8,000 people, 100,000 was the goal. If the PC can handle it. With no real modernization plan past what would be 1930 style stuff. Okay, you got the train car. I want to rebuild this loop. I don't like it. I'll be quick. MegaCity 20 when? I still need to make MegaCity 2 to 18. I just skipped ahead because it's better for, like, viewership, I guess. No, it's actually thematically connected to what I'm doing. Hello, Decipher. Welcome. Nuclear option when? I think that's what people want to know. As soon as you buy it for me? Get ready for a nuclear option stream by Decipher today. Let me check the price. It's only 1750. Let's see, is there any deal? Can I get it any cheaper? I don't think so. €14 was the cheapest one. I mean, I bought it full price for myself. I don't know. Kinda busy right now, but maybe later. Then we could play a nuclear option in co-op. Just make Mega Monkey join with keyboard and mouse. I fly with maybe joystick, maybe keyboard mouse. I could switch, I guess. I guess Mega Monkey could join with a steering wheel probably. Did make a 20-minute raid intro for you? No way.
Yeah, Decipher's making way too many intros or like modifications on what Mega Monkey is sending. It's ridiculous. I'm getting bullied. Oh yeah, wasn't Mega Monkey supposed to do some sick drifting? What happened to that? YouTube? Only one from yesterday so far. It sounds like an insufficient amount of videos. Was not bullying? Oh, it totally was. Decipher was cackling the whole way, you could see it in its hands. The maniac. What are you doing, game? Why are you connecting it in a spiral? That's so stupid. Oh well. I guess if we get to about the halfway point, we should be able to get it connected in a nice and smooth manner. Probably need a little longer. I guess so. Footpaths are done? No, not yet. These ones still need to get built. Then we can disconnect this area. I guess there's another footpath in here too that needs to get removed. And yeah, for the large prison it would just be a footpath connection into the front of the building. That would work too. Don't want it to go off rails. Nice. More puns, let's go. Train could go through prison. A train running passengers to the prison. The workers. Get a loyal district and we just load people from that district and send them to the prison. Hello, Lucky Leader. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Thanks for giving the shout out. Hello, Otan Roran. Welcome. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Spriteshword. We're also playing Workers and Resources. Took out a 70 million ruble loan because I wanted to make my own trains. So now we're also in debt. But not too bad. Playing a MegaCity run. Goal is to get to 100,000 citizens with equipment before 1930. Trying to stay close to a 19th century style settlement with a lot of horse carriages still running around. Prison turns to historical train station maintenance building and people reformed to love humanity. Nah, that's not going to happen. That wouldn't happen. That's illegal. Two more train cars for the next run. Go pick them up. Unable to reach because... Right, the loop isn't done yet. It's somehow ethical. Ethically sourced orphans. Our loans actually got mostly paid off after? Ah, nice. Good to hear that. But yeah, I took out a loan for 70 million rubles. Because I wanted to buy a train license, because our steel in our republic, or iron I should say, is going a little bit off the rails. It has crashed again since last time when it was almost at 6,000 rubles per ton. Well, the US currency price was a lot higher than that. So yeah. Thankfully we're producing our own steel, but we are importing iron to do so. Speed up construction, all that's to be done. Make the people walk backwards into the rail construction office. I could prevent this, but right now I would like for that to actually happen. Fast train track building, let's go. Look at this speed! And it's only at like an eighth of its capacity worker-wise. Okay, now it's at a quarter. Could be so much faster. Hello B-Ray. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. Is that a Falcon Punch? Wait. No, it's Ryukin. Ryukin or something. Right. It's not a Falcon Punch, that's a... I guess that's just an uppercut. Okay, now you can go and pick up the train cars. And afterwards we can deliver more bricks. Stop sending workers here, there's too many. Mortal Kombat Punch, yes. $1.3 million for 315 tons of iron, no biggie. It's Mortal Kombat 2. 80. I shouldn't have. No. You're not allowed to use that sound sample. Stop it. I need to be careful what I say when Decipher's in the house. Decipher turns your words around. Any plans for this week, Decipher? Is your new, what was it, washing dishwasher or something running that you got replaced? I hope everything is working well. Dishwasher shuts off when I turn off the lights in my basement. Interesting. But it works otherwise. Interesting situation. Okay, just random train cars for brick delivery, let's go. Same fuse. I mean, if it just shuts off but not the light, then I don't know. Luckily, about 80% of my property is no longer on fuses. Ah. Maybe I need to get rid of this signal again, so when the train accelerates, the other one's already way past, out of the way, to not have the train slow down again. I'm gonna get rid of this signal, I guess, but that's gonna make a pretty big purple block again, I guess. That's how it was previously. How the train went to coal, took a while. Swear to the light switch somehow, I could probably fix it, but I put a smart bulb in there so we can turn the light off with our voice and leave the switch on, lol. Why did I read out lol? I don't know. Smart bulb. Yep. Come on, excavator, you can do it. More demolition. We need to get rid of all of this, one way or another. We can demolish it efficiently. Whenever the horse carriages want to pick it up, they can do so, I guess. This room makes bricks? Not yet. I don't want to do brick construction right now. I want to spend needless amounts of money to try and get my loyalty restarted. Their loyalty crashes so quickly. I need another sports facility. The indoor pool just gets way overloaded once it gets cold. Lots of people using that as an attraction building too. Why people unhappy? They're not unhappy. They're over 50%, they're happy. Arrival to prison, no electronics, crime, unable to visit hospital, low government loyalty. Just the usual stuff. They're being whiny, they need to be re-educated. A small stay in a prison will probably make them loyal again. No problem. Small day in prison. Yeah, just all-inclusive stay. I'll be fine. How am I doing the brick deliveries anyway? That it's able to manage those. Maybe it wasn't able to manage those, maybe it's getting stuck. Yep, it's getting stuck. Because it needs to reverse into that storage. So it needs to go to the steel mill first without doing anything and then reverse into it. There. Steel mill as the first stop. Should do it. Just burning all your coal. Don't like voice control lights when they don't work. I don't like anything when it doesn't work. Except me. Or you trip and shout out in anger and it turns off the light. Well then at least it's hiding your pain. What if police station has the same voice control? Turn it off, or it doesn't work. Go little excavator. 43% wear. Do that road and that road afterwards too. Loyalty lighting. What? No, it's not doing. They're not doing that. That would be quite effective because a lot of people are exposed to train lighting, but I don't think we have that technology yet. Some extra bricks. Why are you still doing this? I'm gonna designate dedicated entrance routes for you, you silly... Alright, you know what? So, we got our 2 trains. Gonna be 2 dedicated lines. One of you will go to... which is it? This one? And the other one will go to the other line, and then you're gonna stop whining about it. Stop blocking the train track all the time. More brick carrying capacity. I don't know if that train car will finish before the other train gets here. It might. It will. It's a slow train after all. Let's make 10 train cars for now. Let's not overdo it. Brick deliveries are still quite good. I guess the other train could wait until fully loaded, until the other train car is also done. Won't take that much longer. We're getting there, slowly but surely. I guess I could demolish all roads and then just mark all footpaths to be demolished, and then just let it sit there, instead of doing the footpaths individually. Just want to make sure all the buildings are gone before we do that. I live there. Where's my house? It's gone through the customs house. It's on the other side of the border now in a pile for all the other houses. One was so bright last night. Good to watch it set this morning. Pretty peaceful. Don't demolish those paths. Everything will be demolished. It's in a new house. That's right. Okay, we don't need that one. Shut this down. You bring the train cars over, and then we do a massive import of bricks. Cypher lost 40% of loyalty. Well, good thing it can't go below 0. Let's just put it that way. Right, this way. Re-education facility coming right up. Militia coming from Mr. Das? I don't think so. We'll be safe, we'll be fine. Start a revolution? No. It's too early for that. Not in the 19th century. Stop it. We're just going to crush the peasant revolt. It's not gonna end well for you. Alright, it's getting a little bit rowdy in chat right now. Keep it down. That's like 3 messages with riot emotes. I'm feeling threatened. Oh god. That's good thing he can't name people with our nicks, yeah. Dangerous. That factory is going to produce a lot. Which will output a bit of pollution, but since we dealt with the kindergarten waste nightmare, I guess it's not going to be worse than that. Up to 8,100 citizens now. Yes, the new houses are getting populated. These 4 will not receive population unless they're really loyal. Haha, Hailstorm, welcome. 8,000 citizens, does not sound very mega. That just means you haven't played the game yet. "8,000 citizens in the city is pretty large. And if you use low density housing, it gets quite expensive. But of course you can also just slap down 10 Dnipro flats and then it'll be fine too. "69% happiness? Yeah, that's okay. It's the indoor pool, I tell you. People want to go do sport during winter. We need another sports facility, which was supposed to be set up here, but then I put something else in, the prison first. It'll go back up once we have a new sports facility. It might be another indoor pool because they work as attraction buildings. I don't think the other ones do. No, the sports halls also work. Could make a larger sports hall. I think just a regular one would be okay. Or another indoor pool, I guess. Are we doing random numbers now? Just reading whatever the UI shows and just putting it in chat, I see. I guess that's a thing you can do, yes. It's technically not illegal. Started from 8 of 56 megas. Oh, is mega now a unit? I guess if a mega city is 100,000 citizens, then mega is technically a unit, yes. We're currently at 8% of a mega city. I mean, I would probably count it as a mega city once we get over 10,000. It's already quite sizable. People might disagree with that. Mega's usually a million. Well, we're not doing a million city. And megas, it's 14.3. What the excavator doing? Refueling? At the end, I'm gonna call you home, I guess. Maybe you can do some more excavation inside the city for now. Like all the roads. Switch over there. You have to drive around because the road is currently not open. By demolishing the highway? Not demolishing the highway, but the road here we don't need anymore. The highway is gonna stay. But all of this, it's just gonna be two roads, the train tracks and a power line, nothing else. The old settlement, yes. The one that never existed, because we got it done in the first place without it. Didn't need any help. It's fine. More bricks. Another 140 tons, please. 50k pop, easy peasy. Sure, it's gonna be very easy. Whenever I decide to go for it, I guess. Nothing can go wrong. Must use a supercomputer to handle 1 million pops. Or mod buildings that can cram a lot of people in there, yeah. With the default game, I'm not sure that would be very fun to play on those high population counts. Unless you spread them out into multiple settlements, then it might be okay. But if they're all trying to live in a single city, that might be a bit much. $10k citizens in a single building? Pretty much, yeah. 100 buildings and you're done. Just gotta find work for all of them. And supply them with enough resources. That's still gonna be a bit busy. Waste storage for the repair station here, so it doesn't run full all that often. Cyberpunk environment, yeah. Almost done with all the brick deliveries, and then just the cell installation, I think, for the prison. Next brick delivery should be enough for building everything up that we need. I might remove these corners and put everything on the same exit, everything going in here and then lining up into a waiting yard for entry and a waiting yard for exiting again. Haven't even started with that tunnel yet. Almost there. Rebuilding the prison. $150k rubles on foreign manpower per month. Quite expensive. Almost all buildings removed. Just a couple. I'll put them on high priority so we get rid of them. And then that's all the buildings gone. All the sewage pipes. Okay, there's a footpath tunnel here that is not assigned anymore because we've queued these up for demolition, but that has nothing hooked up to it, so it's fine. Tunnel, 8.3 tons of bricks left. Footpath entrance, 13 tons. 162 tons of bricks lying around. It's not going to be enough for the other tunnel though. The one needs 200 tons, so I'll run the train one more time. Just because we can. I'll have to set up a scrapyard at some point. What's the oldest truck we have? Should be a waste truck. Water, excavator, 27. In the next 10 years we need a scrapyard so we can deal with the broken down vehicles. How correctly pronounced Zwilling? Which is German for twin. Just a bit more steel and we'll have our prison again. Prison almost ready. No more raids in chat. Yep, chat is gonna be testing the prison for us. Last brick delivery for the tunnel, a couple more for the brick entrance, and then all the people delivered here by tram can find a workplace inside the vehicle production. Once the second tunnel is up, they can go to the steel mill as well. Steel mill isn't really necessary, because we're only producing for our own domestic demand. I'll probably lower the amount of workforce to match that of the vehicle production. Oh, we'll see. Don't need to do that at the moment, because we used up a lot of steel recently. Prioritize this footpath entrance, get it done. So many kindergartens. Small children. Yep, more kindergartens needed. Why is it snowing? I hate kids. Send them to the mines. Wow, that's... It's snowing because it's January. Hating kids is fine. Sending them to the mines, they're not as strong. They would just lower the productivity of the mines. We are limited on workplace slots. They're doing better. They're doing much better as like chimney filters, I guess. What? I also say that the kids are the problem of the Republic's unemployment. It's only the children that are creating unemployment for the city. We have to put them in specialized buildings and then spend some part of our valuable workforce to look after them, so they don't terrorize the Republic and create more unemployment. Isn't that how population is increased? With children? No. I think you need 2 adults. Actually, in this world, I think you only need a single adult. I wonder if you could send a single adult into a town and see if they had offspring. I don't know if that would work. I think the game tracks just individual people and they can have children, which I guess theoretically could also be an adopted child from a neighboring country or something like that. To grow a republic, what you need is people having kids, and then you need to have the kids go into the orphanage. That's how a new citizen is born. Prison is done. Send the supplies again. Loyalty requirement of 50. Man, I really have to test prisons that don't supply all the citizen goods. If you have really loyal prison guards, I guess you could just save on money by not supplying the resources, and the prisoners would still not be able to escape that much. It would be kind of weird. There we go, that's how it should be. Maximum loyalty. Let's go. No dissenting opinions allowed in this prison. Stop walking in here, you're not allowed. Get out of here. Excellent. Now the only way they can walk out is via the front or into the housing complex. But the front is inaccessible from outside. So only these 4 houses are allowed to actually work in the prison. If they have enough loyalty. And the secret police is doing its job. Now the prisoners won't really have that long of a sentence in most cases, so... I might have to increase sentences now. To get them back to having loyalty. 3 years was usually a good way to do it. Maybe we go up to a little bit higher on the major crimes. But right now I'm trying to get the prison to be self-sustaining. Anyone who goes through the prison system should be loyal enough to then work in the prison. And these would then be the only houses that they would move into. Some extra houses for highly educated people, but we'll see. If all of these fill up, we would then set some houses over here to only accept highly loyal people who then work in this prison, and do it to a larger amount of population. 40 workers, so 120 for all 3 shifts approximately. Which we would be easily able to do with 2 or maybe 3 houses as well. So for now, you are going to be turned off and not accept any new people living here. Can't really rework this prison with the entrance and the footpath setup, so this one will have to rely on the secret police working well. There's only 2 migrants waves, I think. Yeah, 350k. That's almost a single one. I got 10 migrants for 1/3 of a million. Let's see how reliable that is. Okay, excavator, do this one next. Anything we can't do with... what is it? Where the explosives checkbox isn't activated, I think we can unassign from this, because it's already done. I'm just assuming that. I'm gonna get the excavator fixed, I think. Bring it back. Put it in the demolition office, get it repaired. We'll move the other one up there. Let's not send an excavator there right now. We'll bring one back soon. So footpath is done, footpath entrance is done, meaning everyone can now unload. No, it's not done yet. The footpath tunnel is not done yet, it's missing one delivery of bricks. Hasn't this been on its way for a very long time already? I guess there's a bit of a traffic jam again. It seems relatively stable now. Single prisoner, 46 loyalty, good. One prisoner escaped apparently. Where are you stuck? You're stuck in the building. Traffic jam. Again, that's why it didn't get delivered yet. It's happened a little bit more frequently these days. Maybe whenever it's fully backed up and they can't leave the building and then they get locked in place, maybe that's when it happens. Now the last resources are on their way. And the trams should be able to unload all the workers afterwards. Maybe it's balancing the amount of people into the prison also based on the amount of workers in there. Because that seems like what's happening right now. Previously we had more prisoners in here. Let's get it started. More workers, send a load of prisoners over here. Get the re-education started. Some of them are on their last run with 0 loyalty. But yeah, I would like more prisoners here so we can give them loyalty. See if we can make that a thing. Anyone who finishes their re-education inside this prison will move into these 4 housing blocks. All of which are going to be assigned to send their workers to the prison first. The outer buildings will be assigned to also send them to the secret police, which would make that one a lot more efficient too. But then any work they want to do afterwards. So we're not going to assign them to go to a school or a university afterwards. We would build our supply of very loyal people in a different manner. So we're designing another couple houses to send workers to the other prison first, which would then make all the prisoners loyal again. And then we can decide which houses are running the school and the university. And this prison is going to receive the people with more than 75% loyalty. It's going to be the catalyst for the most loyal people. The other prison in the beginning would only receive 50 to 100%, so not just very loyal people. Might need longer sentences again. These are all running through their sentence very quickly. Criminals will run the city. Criminals will run the education system, yes. If they are 100% loyal, they can work in a school or university or other prisons, because then they'll be loyal for very long. For the stability of the nation. How very Russian of you. Have you seen other nations that also do that? Like Sweden. Their re-education is making them super loyal to the government with how well they're treating them. We're just treating them really well in this prison. They're super happy to be inside here. I mean, their happiness is really low, but they're super happy to be released again afterwards. The happiness isn't even dropping because we just have loyal people in here, it's just a culture. that's dropping. Could give them a tiny bit of culture, but right now loyalty is the important thing. If you say so. Are you there mine? No. Okay, the tunnels are up. The other one finished at the same time as the first one. That one got built really quickly. So yeah, we don't want to overdo steel production, which is happening right now. Plus the steel mill is outputting a ton of pollution, so we'll have to monitor the health of our citizens a bit. But I'm sure that'll be fine. We're going to be running the steel mill at over 50% its capacity, over 10% its capacity again, which has caused a death spiral in the past. So many workers. Sure, it will be fine. I mean, life expectancy is still 48. Nothing to complain about. I'm still wondering why this house is getting hit the hardest. Probably because I put a number 1 on top of it. At the suggestion of Chet. It's the first one to take a hit. Soaking up all the pollution. You need to get repaired, and then we'll send you up north to continue demolition. Maybe another year on top. That'll give us more loyalty. I also don't want them to stay too long in prison. %60 loyalty would be ideal right now. Just get more people into the prison system, accepting more prisoners, just gradually bring up the volume of prisoners we can handle. Without having to do too much population migration into the Republic. Just start it small and avoid negative loyalty events. That's nice. It is nice, yes. Construction offices have been removed. I guess the next one would be most of the distribution office. Save one covered hull horse carriage and one tanker to deliver crops and I guess a flatbed one. Make sure we can keep repairing stuff, although the material here is going to last very, very long. Are you even assigned to deliver there? You are. 10%, yeah, that makes sense. This construction office can be removed. No more construction. I don't know if I have room for all of them. Concrete mixers and horse cranes should not go into a distribution office, so we should be... Well, I guess I don't have any room for you right now. My construction offices are full. Guess a vehicle storage could work. As replacement vehicles, but we don't have room for that many. One vehicle depot is somewhere else. It's right here. Could also use that. And then relocate as many horse carriages out of the construction office as possible. Should be able to get all of them relocated, basically, because they'll accept 12 in total, and that's what 3 of the depots will hold. Put you on low priority, work on this road whenever there's nothing else to be done, because it just has way too many vehicles backed up that aren't doing anything right now. Large demolition tasks that aren't split up are kind of less efficient with horse carriages, because they'll form an orderly queue and just wait, because of the loading being so slow. Also, we're at 49 years of life expectancy in April, which is when the pollution usually has subsided. So our health is probably a bit... Well, our health looks fine, life expectancy is a bit impacted. This is when our waste storage inside the orphanage ran full, I think. Yeah, life expectancy is fine. It's okay. Health is okay too. Ideally, we would have a lot of loyalty boost with as short of the sentences as we can get that loyalty boost from, which would cycle a lot more prisoners through the prison at that point. You have the choice to make. Do you want long sentences for getting up to 100% loyalty on everyone? Or do you want shorter sentences? Not everyone gets up to 100, but you can cycle a lot more prisoners through. And those that get to 100 are not in the prison for as long. I prefer the shorter sentences because it also doesn't limit the capacity of the prison as much. And we can't set the numbers individually per prison. So I guess that's a choice you have to make for your republic globally. We'll send the excavator up in preparation for demolishing a lot of footpaths and the remaining roads. But there's not a lot of stuff left to demolish. We got 3 more buildings, a distribution office, a fire station, and the repair station. Yes, I guess also the dumper construction office, but that one has already been assigned. And the 3rd line of road here, that one is also going to be removed because that only served construction office vehicles. And once it's only footpaths and roads, then the horse carriages can pick everything up, and at some point either they come down into the demolition sector. Probably not, we already have so many vehicles in that one. Or we just sell them. And by selling I mean we pay someone money to take care of them. Not gonna set up the export route again. If the last building is removed, we should be able to get rid of the name tag. I don't think demolition office sites care for this. No, I guess they do. There's still this one, which needs a pickup for a bit of metal scrap. But I think that would be the last building. I guess then we will see if the demolition site counts or not. It's like a construction site, and construction sites need a city zone, and I think demolition sites do too. Once a road construction site is in place, you need a city zone, but once the construction site is done and it's just a road, the city site could be removed. I guess I can move all of the horse carriages. Oh no, I can't move them into the vehicle storage. Not without a pasture. That would be animal abuse otherwise, I guess. Parking them on hot tarmac. If this is successful, I guess I'll also set up an orphanage like this and see how it works. I'm not expecting to gain massive amounts of loyalty out of it, but I could restrict it to only the most loyal citizens to handle the orphanage for really short footpaths and the most efficient workforce in that building. Minimize the walking distances as much as possible. Got 1 year left, that's 5 loyalty ticks, so we're gonna go up to 55% at least, more like 60 I think. And then 1 extra, so if you release with 60 years of 60% loyalty, you can spend your last 10 years further away from pollution and yeah, distribute that loyalty to some of our prisoners. And the children of those loyal people living here should also have a fairly high loyalty. Your 40% loyalty, 37, 44, 68. Your loyalty of your children is 59 and 56. It'll go down because currently our school doesn't have loyal teachers in it. But yeah, it's not bad. And once we run loyal people through the system again, we can also increase the demand of loyalty inside our student hall. Instead of allowing anyone, we just only allow the most loyal people. Maybe that was the mistake last time, because I ran out of highly educated workers with enough loyalty. I think it needs to be a mixture of both, but the balance is still off. You need to get people with higher education at close to 100% loyalty through the prison system, and then you need to have people with the most loyalty educating people inside the school to push as many people up as possible, which could then sustain your prison system again. I think the prison system should be sustained by its own prisoners. Come on, more workers here. Stop it. Don't ruin everything. Where are all the workers? Did they already all drop in loyalty, or what's going on? Spirituality and electronics. Maybe it's that lack of the indoor pool during winter that's causing a lot of people to lose loyalty. The sports facility. Monument is still visible above the roof, right? Partially, I guess. Let's not block the monument. At least not fully. Partial blockage is acceptable. Someone runs in from the road, they'll see the monument next to the sports hall. It does have water, it doesn't have sewage. I'm not prepared right now to build another sewage pipe, so you're gonna move it a little bit closer so we have a sewage connection too. I mean, the water and sewage setup would be happening very soon, but don't feel like doing that right now. Heating, water, sewage, electricity, all present. And you can build that off the road with resources delivered through a dirt footpath while the gravel footpaths are being built. Yep, population is dropping. Pollution is doing its thing. Orphanages are way overfilled already. I need a new design for the orphanages in the shape of the prisons, I think. Where the workers are local and no one else is accepted. That's 120 workers, which is easily doable with a couple houses. So the footpaths would have to be set up in a way where dedicated houses are assigned to this. Doesn't have to be high loyalty, but we would like to minimize the walking distance of the people getting to the orphanages, which would then allow them to run at full capacity most of the time. Maybe then it's actually possible to deal with the loyalty, I'm not sure yet. Would be interesting if only people living close to the orphanage are allowed to work in it, if then the loyalty problem goes away with people just not arriving fast enough. But yeah, we need to set this up in a way where they can't access this orphanage via the road, only via designated footpaths. And then it would also need a waste storage again. New attempt at setting up the orphanages. Let's see if that works better. Okay, is that a second snapping point you gave me there? Okay, that would be nice. Seems like it might have been too close, but it also looks like it would have worked. Maybe asking for a bit too much. This should be doable. Got our footpath. We got our waste storage here now, somewhere. There it is. With a footpath will do. Then off of that is where the orphanage would connect. Oh, that one removed the road, including the one for the footpath. That's not what I wanted. But yeah, it seems to get placed around here. I guess to place the waste storage we can mark this. Then remove the road up to the point where the waste storage would connect, which it doesn't want me to do right now. It's a little bit close. There we go. And then off of that we can hook up the orphanage. Then we have a waste storage for the orphanage. No access of pedestrians of any kind, other than those we will assign on the left side of that orphanages from dedicated houses. They don't have to high loyalty, but we could do a loyalty test, I guess. So that's going to be the new orphanage. Let me know when it's done. Shouldn't accept anyone right now. It'll need electricity and water probably. No, it has water, sewage and heating. It just needs electricity. Hello Sadlier. Welcome. You're going to release with 51% loyalty unless there's a shortage of wardens. It's going to be a little bit higher, but you should move into one of the nearby buildings and then you'll work in the prison for as long as you're over 50% loyalty, I guess. Yep. The concept is working, the prisoners are just not getting loyal enough right now. How are you doing, Sadlier? What's planned today? Planet's workers and resources, what exactly in there? I don't know yet. I need to take a look at the save to remind myself. Ah, okay. Are you gonna do that on stream or before the stream? On stream would be funny. Because then you're like, what did I do last time? We are, if you're interested, currently killing a lot of people with excess pollution. Life expectancy next to the steel mill is 50 years. Which is a little bit low, so I'm trying to build up some new orphanages. Trying a new idea about the efficiency of orphanages at the moment. Where I'm going to try and minimize the walking distance for the workers, like in this prison. The people live right next to the building, right next door in buildings, and don't have to walk very far to get to work. Before stream, as I need the info for the stream title. Ah. Well, I don't have that issue, I guess. I'm a bit boring with my stream titles. These houses are a really bad choice for trying the loyalty setup because they only have a single exit. So they would only be able to go to work, but then not anything else. We need houses with double footpath exits for this. These ones are the best. Housing capacity of 120, which is exactly what the orphanage would need. But I would give it 2 buildings, I think. How about something clickbaity? You won't believe what I'm doing in my Republic today. In brackets, because I also don't know yet. That would work. I would do something like that, yeah. That sounds sensible. Other excavator got repaired. I guess you can move into the construction office for now. So there would be an exit here for these two houses to work in the orphanage, maybe multiple houses. This holds 90 and 60, so 150 people, which should be enough. Maybe move it a little bit further apart. Actually, make this a small house again, I think. Need a longer footpath to get this straight. This will do, I guess. Sure. I do recommend giving the Snectorio demo a try, by the way. A fun little puzzle game with a lot of terrible puns. Oh no, please no terrible puns. We don't do that here on this channel. Ever. Never has happened before. There are no terrible puns here. Whoever says otherwise is a liar. So one section that only brings workers to the orphanarium, and then a way for them to get out of this place and do other things like get food or stuff. I'm not sure if they're going to be in range of a bus stop. They're not. But they're in range of a grocery, and then off of that they should be able to access everything, I hope. They should probably build a tram stop. Or a bus platform, I guess I should say. No terrible puns, definitely no high stakes puns. Nope, none of them here. The stakes are indeed very high. Too high for terrible puns. If I build a bus stop here, is that able to reach the other one? It's quite far. Nah, come on, this will work. I believe we can cheese the footpath through this corner, no problem. You just have to believe hard enough. Harder. I don't believe hard enough, I guess. have it with 2 pieces. I can connect it here and then this one if I want to, but I want to have a corner. I don't know if I want to have it connect into the road. Stupid corner. I guess we'll have to do it this way, I'm sure. Oops. I don't know what footpath you placed there, but that's definitely not okay. Oh well, sure. Yeah, plan for today is a bigger boat to export even more wood. Gonna take advantage of the 30 rubles per ton while it lasts. Just make sure you don't overinvest too much, unless it keeps going up price-wise. Otherwise you're gonna be stuck with a lot of vehicles. I mean, open hull vehicles are not a terrible investment anyway. Yeah, it'll be fine. You would then also be able to reach the bus platform with this road. Very good. This footpath, I mean. But yeah, the orphanage we would have to probably set a local bus stop somewhere. That puts it in range of the hospital. I would need a shopping center, which I probably should set up anyway. Electronic demand is definitely going up for the people. That might destroy our loyalty. Anyhow, what's the loyalty like these days in your republic? It crashed down to 36, so non-loyalty boosting measures. Currently trying to get it restarted after our high of 60%. We were running without loyalty focus. City really has grown since I last watched the stream. Hello Scott. Welcome. Yep, we're building more and more extensions. We might have a lot of orphanages nearby, but I do think I need a shopping center. Okay, from this side we could reach the hospital. If I put a road in place here, just for the purpose of giving them access to the clinic. Don't do this game. That's not this prison. Oh, it is this prison. Don't destroy my loyalty attempts. Yet. At my levels then. Whether that's good or bad, I won't comment. It's okay. It's stable. Okay, hospital. Oh right, this was also the area for the extension of the access for electricity to the tram network, which I guess would get blocked off a little bit if I do this. We have an extra 20 or so meters that we can use to move the bus stop further away if we want to. I don't really want to, but it's what we have. The area around the end station here I would like to reserve for the tram power line connections if we ever need them. Hello Berliners, welcome. There we go. This is where our power line extension will come from and go to. Those road connections are really weird. But this apparently is straight. That would give us a lot of electricity on the tram network if we ever need it. More alongside the train depot, if there's a need for it, but yeah, way more than we have demand for right now. Did you solve water problem with chemicals the other day? Yeah, that's solved. Everything is fine again. Currently I'm trying to build another orphanage in this setup. That should increase its productivity as much as possible. And we're also trying to start the loyalty program up again. But I think my prison sentences are too short. Oh, I need to just take out the people with high enough loyalty over 55%. Yeah, 55% it will be. Let's see if we can boost the efficiency of the prison a bit more. I might have to get some more migrants this way, but 55% should be right. There's people with unknown loyalty inside the prison right now because one of the buildings ran out of known loyalty. But in the future that wouldn't be a problem because the people living in those buildings would always be the ones with the highest loyalty. Hopefully. Sport facility. Now our overrun indoor pool can get some... will be alleviated a little bit. Lots of people could make their way over here and get attraction or sport in this area. Guess we cannot export animal vehicles with horses. We can load them onto a flatbed, I think, but you would have to separate them in a vehicle storage with an attached horse pasture first and then export that off of that individually, maybe? Okay, that storage is... well, that building is gone. Get rid of this section of road. This road. We'll just start removing everything in this area. Pick up all the waste. We'll start demolishing other footpaths for now. Can carry it. What if you send the truck to take vehicles? The truck take only the animal truck without horses. Okay. Interesting. I think we'll stop with all vehicle repairs too. Well, I mean that can run. It doesn't cost us anything, but we won't distribute any materials into the repair station anymore. I mean, whatever you have is what you have. The flatbed carriages can go and find a new home inside MegaCity 19. The dumpers are probably going to get sold. Cistern and covered hull we still need. There's also 2 waste wagons in here that we could move out. We will see. Our plan was exporting animal truck for a good price. Ah, okay. I don't know if animals export is a good price. Don't think it is. I mean, if you make your own crops, maybe. But I think the crops themselves might just be more profitable, but harder to transport. There we go, now it's connected. In that case, we can use the cheap horses, 14 tons crops per horses. Okay. I haven't done the math yet, I would have to send it into a calculator. I don't care about horse production at the moment. It's all steel for us every day because of how expensive it is. It's ridiculous. this going to be an attraction district, or is it just going to be the orphanages now? Because I feel like orphanages is what I would like to extend up on, because that would allow us to run the production facilities at a higher rate if we can deal with the reduction in workforce. Just set up more orphanages. But I still need power, water and sewage here. I said I wanted to build that next to the police station or something. And we've already extended it way past that point. I said it would be next to the prison in the corner here. And now there's a monument in the way, I guess. Can buy 4-horse vehicles? Yes, I know. Can also buy 1-horse vehicles. But it's always the brown horses. Bit of a weird place for the sewage pipe connection. Put it closer to the house. Don't you yell at me about proper slope again, game. Know what I'm doing. No. Not the proper slope. Well, I guess we do this then. Really? That can't be right. Is there a little bit of a... Directly it works, okay, sure. Water and sewage here. We'll set up the sewage first. No housing for the moment. Electricity for the orphanage as well. That one is the easiest, I guess. Whenever we find a place where we can put a substation. As long as we have power connections left, that is. And we're running out a little bit. I guess I can use one connection off of the tram power supply. If we need more tram connections, then I have to build more transformers. And at that point it would be kind of dangerous anyway, because we would be running over our power supply of what the power plants can bring, because this is already close to 4 megawatts that it can supply, 3.7 or so. But yeah, this should give us power, water, sewage. I mean, the orphanage was only missing electricity, really. I also have to set up another heat exchanger. Might be getting a little bit far away from the current one. Work in the prison, please. Thank you. Everyone has to work in the prison at the moment. The overflow will be the secret police, I think, but maybe not. Great number of interested viewers right now. Congratulations. Thank you. 59 viewers is nice, yes. The game is still on sale, right? That was an ongoing thing that someone said last time. Workers. Or was it a flash sale? It's still on sale until March 13th. Yeah. For a while longer. I think this is gonna work. Put the water substation here somewhere. Creating a little bit of a mess with the footpaths just to have a nice and condensed water and sewage setup. That looks nice underground, but no one's gonna see that often, I guess. I would say it still matters. I don't think I need the possibility of the water going up. I have a switch here then. That should be enough. Get the water pipe hooked up to the switch. Sewage pipe we're already building all the way. But the water pipe will have to wait until the sewage is connected. And in the meantime the water switch I guess can be hooked up with a dirt footpath until we know how it's supposed to look. Minus 75 for base game is pretty nice, yeah. It's pretty deep discount. Another glance at the former settlement getting dismantled. Good, more demolition. Maybe this road. I'll probably wait until the footpath is done. Should be long enough demolition tasks so that the demolition office with the excavator can do all of it. And only the waste carriages have to get here. Don't have to wait on workers from the customs house. Yeah, I think we're over the fact of trying to maintain the vehicles, I think. Whatever resources we have here we can use, but once they run out of boards then, or steel, then that's it. We still need crops, we still need a little bit of fuel until all of that is done. Once the repair station is getting demolished, then the power line and the substation can also be removed. At that point, when the power line is gone, we can rebuild the high voltage wire into the customs house connection with a proper line. Maybe we have to remove the road after that to do that, but since it's a dirt road, it's easily accomplished. Yep, just getting rid of the last couple footpaths here and roads. Make sure the orphanage is shut off. I mean, it shouldn't get anything because there's no tutors here until we build the houses. Let me know if there's not enough tutors, because I would like to know if someone decides to send orphans into an unstaffed orphanage. Mostly food, please. We will try the propaganda idea, but I think for us it's just going to be population growth all the way. I mean, in the beginning, no, in the beginning the people working here are not going to be loyal anyway, so we'll just split it up. Sports enjoyment and happiness and culture, I guess. Until I might decide to try and move some loyal people into those houses, replacing the disloyal ones. Once we have the large prison running with loyal people. Get the average loyalty up in the Republic again. There's some really disloyal people making their way into prison. For that we can't really do much with the loyalty, but some of them are getting educated and it's working. A very small amount of people. You know what? I think we're going to fix this. I think if I split this up into multiple demolition tasks, it's going to work a lot better. Because then they're not going to send too many horse carriages to the same demolition anymore. Now it's split up the existing amount of construction waste onto the demolition sites, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, just make the areas smaller. It'll work better. Traffic jam. Oh, that one got demolished fast. Nice to see. I mean, they might still send the same amount of vehicles to all demolition sites, but it's going to be limited to 5 vehicles per demolition site because that's all the waste they need to pick up. No more than that. So it should split itself up because we have way more demolition offices and demolition office vehicles than that. I think the rest of the demolition could probably be done with the excavator. Maybe not this area. I guess that might be a little bit too fiddly. I need to get rid of this piece. Then it's doable. Other than that, looks like they're all longer sections of paths. So yeah, I think the rest is excavator territory. Even that one is long enough for an excavator, so I guess I don't have to worry about that. Means that the horse carriages could in theory go away. But we could all just do with the excavator. Which I kinda like the idea of. But I'm too lazy to implement that right now. It's getting done one way or another. We're just spending a little bit of extra money on foreign manpower, which is less than 5% of our current month's profit. 3.9 million rubles. Now that we're throwing a lot of workers into the vehicle production line, I guess. And there could even be more. So the footpath into the orphanage would still have to be built. I'll probably do that off of this road, so no one else can access the orphanage while we're building that up. Yeah. Because of the dirt footpath, it's going to be pretty much inaccessible until the houses come online. Hello, Ovenklapper. Welcome. Where's the closest fire station I built? Maybe I also need another fire station. You're gonna release with decent loyalty. Good. You're also over 60%. Excellent. It's gonna be a slow process feeding this. I don't know if you can do it with foreign workers from the customs house, because whenever I try to deliver them, they do have a known loyalty, but they just go to whichever workplace they want. Which is a bit unfortunate. I think they would be able to get everything except maybe healthcare, which would be a problem, but we can test it with a building, I guess. That would be an experiment. Because I think that before they go to the healthcare, they would teleport back home. I don't think they get healthcare after going to the grocer. I guess that's the closest color. You are not the right color though. Guess there's not an appropriate color, we'll use that one. Slightly more beige. Running water here now, just need the sewage tank, the last tiny sewage pipe, and the switch, and then we can build the water connection too. Electrical substation is getting built up. That one can be low priority, I guess, that's fine. Yeah, that steel mill is cranking along. It's October, life expectancy of 55 at the edge of the settlement. We need that other orphanage. We need the more efficient orphanages, I think. I mean, I can leave one orphanage here. I just need to make it more efficient. I think this might even be possible. I just need to get rid of these footpaths and then have... no, I need to move these. Somehow. I just want to prevent workers from 400 meters deciding that they want to work in the orphanage today. And then our orphanages are running with slightly half the amount of workers that they could. And they just are very inefficient that way. I guess we'll test it with these houses. Small houses, not full capacity of the orphanage yet, but it's gonna be a good enough test, I guess. What a mess of footpaths. And then we'll see if they get healthcare or not. I'll probably build a bus platform here, set up another shopping center, because they wouldn't be able to get from that bus platform to any shopping center. Probably the shopping center first. No warehouse, just a shopping center like that one. Three parking spaces is really, really nice on the shopping center, on that particular version. We'll have a shopping center here. We'll build a bus platform and another setup later. This will be able to serve the people in the area already. Don't think I need to worry about that. A waste storage might be in range. Yeah, should be in range. And we'll build off of this either a tram stop or bus platform surrounded with a little bit of a commercial district. Not sure if we're going to set another orphanage up here. I think this test will show what we will do later. Sewage tank, last delivery of bricks. I guess we can start the water pipe. We can also distribute the supply of electricity to other areas if we need to. Doesn't have to all be in the same location. It's going to be a little bit of a janky, weird setup here. But there's no trams running this route. It's all just electric supply onto the tram network. And wherever this road goes, I'm not sure yet. Sewage network is running. Close to 100 cubic meters, also because of the industrial area. Our pipes allow us 150 cubic meters-ish without the buffer. 200 cubic meters with the without the buffer, I mean. I'm calculating them for 50-ish cubic meters, maybe 60. So we got plenty of capacity. Push those loyalty numbers up. Gonna get some more migrants. Boost this even more. 2/3 of a million for migrants, 700,000, no problem. 10 migrants, 20 migrants, sorry. 10 migrants would be ridiculous, but 20 migrants for 700,000, that's seems legit. Not really, it's ridiculous. I think I'm going to assign a second horse carriage to the vehicle transportation onto the export train area. So the access path for the workers has been set up. Any loyalty is fine in those houses for now. Don't need high loyalty at the moment. It would be nice to have high loyalty, but we're not going to do that. And we could also limit it to basic education only, because don't really need highly educated workers to do this. We also don't really need highly educated workers for the prison, but that one is producing loyalty. And I need to force anyone with any education to work in the prison to maintain its consistency, otherwise we're gonna get more escapes, I guess. We're back at 2%, which is good. And these houses will be told to work in the orphanage before looking for work anywhere else. And if the loyalty program is successful, we'll try and replace the workers in there with loyal workers over time and see what impact that has on the orphanage. Because I think it'll be able to go over its main productivity. But we'll see. So the indoor pool should not be as busy anymore. It is still very busy. I guess during winter it's going to be chaos still. Let me know when the shopping center is done, because we'll need to assign resource deliveries. That extra indoor pool brought up happiness, I think. Most important thing is low government loyalty, decreasing happiness, which I guess we're also working on. Electronics is 134 people, crime 149, and then praying is 179, but only minus 0.5, so not a huge deal. Are you still stuck here? I don't think anyone's loading waste right now, they're all just stuck from previously. There we go. Sure. Pick up the waste from these roads, I guess. Gonna slow everything down. Meantime, the excavator can work with the assigned demolition tasks and no one's gonna get it in its way at the moment. Might have built this too long, because I'm thinking of placing a diagonal house here, which would also be able to send workers to the orphanage. Your housing capacity is 60, so if we have 3 houses, that would be 180 workers, which should be good enough to run the whole orphanage at full tilt all the time. We'll have to see. I want to squeeze more efficiency out of the existing buildings. I guess the same thing could apply to shopping centers, for example, or grocers, where the last couple workers slots are usually not filled because they're walking here from too far away. But I don't want to maximize the efficiency of grocers. I'm running them at 50% capacity usually. And more grocers just means more food and meat storage inside the settlement, which is, in my opinion, a good thing. Maybe we could replace this with a perpendicular road hooking up a second orphanage and then setting up a waste storage in between them. Problem would be, how do we get the workers into the second orphanage, because the footpaths would then go out the other way. I guess there's one going north on either side. Well, one north, one south, I mean. And then we could have more houses on this end, feeding workers into the second orphanage too. We'll see. I mean, these 2 houses should be enough to run the orphanage. It's of course not going to work, because it's going to be slightly off balance with the way the workers get delivered to the area. Oh. New DLC announced. One I was hoping for. Not workers and resources, don't get excited. New DLC announced for the old world. Or get excited if you like the old world. Old world stream coming back soon, I guess. That means old world, and it's not even on the Steam page yet. Interesting. Interesting, okay. Well, it has a Steam page, but it's not listed as a DLC for the old world yet. Apparently one that focuses on the Indian subcontinent. Lots of wardens, because the secret police wasn't doing its job for a moment. No loyalty drop, just no loyalty gain, I guess. Now we have a loyalty drop because of insufficient workers. Come on, game, this was a flawless logic to try and restart the loyalty program. I need that bus stop here. Or any passenger platform. So I can tell them to go to a passenger platform locally instead of walking anywhere else. But then they wouldn't be able to walk into the prison afterwards anymore anyway. So I guess that doesn't make sense. Unless we have a bus platform on this side, where they can then walk into this entrance afterwards. I don't think this is sustainable yet, but we'll have to see. Right now it's still creating loyalty for most of the time. Depends on how long the prisoners are going to be alive, I guess. Well, maybe after winter this house will fill up with some people. Or it would fill up with people normally. However, we're going to move people in by force. And you will be told to send your workers to the orphanage with priority, which is going to be the shortest footpath ever. And we'll see how efficient this orphanage can run. How consistently it can run. It'll have, on average, 20 workers right now. More or less. And yeah, they're going to live really close, and it might be really efficient. We might be able to easily beat the efficiency of these orphanages with just 2 houses, and then the 3rd house might bring it up to 40 workers consistently. guess we'll place more row houses. Let's just see how it works for now. It's not going to be consistent at 20 workers because they will also, if they can't work in here, maybe they have insufficient loyalty, they would walk off and do something else. So I'm going to reduce the loyalty requirement to 10% for now, just to get the most consistent workforce inside the orphanage. 0% would be even more consistent, but I wouldn't do that to our orphans, I guess. Disloyal people? How could I? You can't get to a pub, culture, school. Oh, right. Not being able to get to a school is going to be a huge problem for you and your people. So we do need a way for moving the students, the school children, towards the university and schools. I don't think I have room for the tram stop that I wanted to build for that at the moment. Yes, that's fine now, I don't care about that. I guess I should set up a tram stop here, and then we can run a tram route, transferring workers from this area to this location. Or we set up the tram stop somewhere next to the hospital. It's all going to be very close to the current construction sector. Small tram stop. Would be sufficient, I think, if we build it here and then have a footpath go around it. So we could place the tram stop on this location. And that would get some use on our outer city tram loop, if they can make it that long. Like, if they have enough time to actually loop around the whole area. But I think we could use that as our first connection. Set the tram stop up here. Means I have to get rid of some of the road to place it. And I think I'm okay with that. Construction sector is still in the way, but with the tram stop we can also place other things in the air. This will deal with the children in this location, which also need a tram stop to actually get picked up. So maybe it's time to build the tram stop for this area. I don't mind the horse carriages not getting past the trams, because they would just get in the way after they've overtaken the trams, so just priority on the trams is fine. I don't think I want to use this road. Do I? Make this a tram stop here? It seems like a horrible idea. What if we feed the tram stop right into the center? Then we have multiple, one for passengers, one for students. And we can bring them in different locations based on what we need. I don't think I need a tram stop for workers in this. But maybe I do. There will be a reason to have that. Now we don't necessarily want to have 3 tram roads coming this way. That would be a bit overkill. This is how it would probably connect. And then it all loops around into a single tram line again, feeding out of the area. So we could have multiple waiting areas for different people, workers, citizens, students. And then we bring them back out of this place, somewhere on this road, I think. I guess it would really make sense to use this connection, wouldn't it? I mean, partially at least. I want a tool that moves poles on other side. Yep, that does not exist, unfortunately. But you can do it in planning relatively easily, but it does require some work. So let's say you've planned a road, maybe off of another road, and you've done a whole lot of planning, and you want to move this on the other side. What you would have to do is get rid of a section, replace it with a gravel road, and then you can start replacing one of the area with the connections going the other side. And then I don't know how the merging works. Like if I change this now and flip it to this side, they all flip back. That's not correct. So that way, and then get rid of another piece. I don't know. Try to rebuild roads and train tracks. Oh, that you have to... It depends on which direction you draw the road the first place. So if you draw it from left to right or right to left, that's how it matters. That's how the location of the poles gets defined. So if you demolish it, you have to also remove the dirt road and then draw it in again. Train track, I can't do anything. I think with train... Well, I don't have any electric train tracks right now, so I can't test it. Let's see, left to right is correct. Still changes it to the wrong side. So what I want, left to right, and then replace this with... Okay, I replaced it a little bit too far. Somewhere here. And then see if that placed it correctly. Left to right, yep, good. And then do that here again. Left to right, get rid of this one. Okay, I need to remove these two pieces. And then put the lantern. Okay, remove this one first, just to make sure. Good. So I guess we'll build those, plus one stop for now, to get the students to the university, and maybe some extra people to the, well, all of the people to the school. Otherwise we're going to run out of education here, and they're complaining a lot about missing things. So it's maybe a bit urgent. I mean, the lack of shopping center probably hurts a lot. Still no brick factory? Nah. I want to build up citizens right now. I want the other research point. We've done a lot of deliveries for now. Let me turn down the amount of board stores since we're not building train tracks that often anymore. And even the steel. I think we need like... let's say 25, 50. That would still be too many boards, I think. But yeah, more bricks for now. It's January. Pollution is in full swing. Amount of people dropped by around 500. So not bad. Life expectancy is 48, 51, that's okay. The other orphanage is getting a bit of a workout. I'll just say anyone, any loyalty is allowed in here now. Second building has become populated. You will also have to work in the orphanage first. No kindergarten nearby. Not good. Right next to the prison. So I think at least 2 extra houses, if we're using the same size of buildings. Which we probably are. So many snapping points. That one's not good enough. I don't think I can get to that one. Three houses, all working in the orphanage. 180 people for 120 jobs. I hope they can organize themselves to keep this building staffed for, well, most of the time. If not, we'll have to drop in another house. I'll probably drop in one larger building behind all of this. And also assign it to the footpath. Just to make sure it's always staffed. 66% loyalty, very good. You're getting released today. You're probably going to move into either this building or... I assume this building because it has the fewest people. Brick flat 48. Are you going to move into that one? Or the other two? Brick flat 48. Congratulations. You can now work in the orphanage with your 68% loyalty. For normal work you need 3 times of workplaces or 4 times. On average, if it's really close, 3 times is a good number. Depends on how far you're bringing your people to get services, etc. So it could still be a problem, but they might travel too far. But on average I would say 3 times. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's get 10 trams built so that we can get a tram route bringing citizens from this area to the northern part with the clinic and mostly the education system. Not enough teachers in here anyway. If I build these out a little bit further, I could hook up even more tram stops later on. Let's not build these roads for now. Let's build it like this for now. Maybe I can even make this a ladder tram yard, just on one side. Yeah, I guess that'll work. And we can come in somewhere here, as if this is a ladder yard. And this should allow us to hook up the other connections fairly easily. And then if we need more, we can also hook up more on the other side, or we just tear down these roads and hook more stops behind them. That is also possible, although quite crazy. I think 4 tram stops should be enough. The fact that we can't use waypoints is a little bit concerning. if they also send the trams that want to just go around this area through this ladder yard because it's diagonal and therefore a little bit shorter. I mean, it's only going to stop briefly, but we will split up the trams into up to 4 sections. Which means if they stop, the other trams will probably go through a different path. And this stop should be the last one we use, because that one is on the shortest track. Yeah, the loyalty is pretty poor, but I'll get used to it. There's a lot of monuments in the area, maybe their loyalty is gonna rise up. Their happiness is really terrible. I guess their happiness and loyalty is just gonna keep crashed until we actually supply clothing to them and let their children study. Yeah, the trams might choose a poor path if we build this out as a connected tram road. I might revert that later on and just use this for more electricity. I mean, if we run a tram route all the way to the power station, we could hook up the power line directly to the power plants themselves, which is a terrible idea because as soon as the power plants stop, the tram line stops, and no other power plant could help directly. I like going through switches and then a transformer at the very least, so other power lines can always kick in. The medium voltage connections are a bit concerning to me, to use them off of a power plant. We are limited to 8 megawatts because that's the wire connections we have running out of the power plants. Granted, they also use the area of effect to supply power to buildings in the near vicinity, and we could run medium voltage wires to a transformer to convert them to high voltage, but I think we'll be alright. Concept of my try is completely wrong. I have decided to make all centralized one big shopping center, one big. Yeah, I don't do that anymore. I like decentralized food supply. You can have one big shopping center, but not for everyone. That's way too many people. You can have one big shopping center and then a bunch of grocers everywhere. Many facilities to one storage. That would work, I think. It's just that, I don't know, it's a little bit inefficient. Also, if it gets overloaded and you're not using forklifts or trucks to push the resources into the shopping center, it gets it turns into a little bit of a death wave at that point. Alright, I'll put the roads on low priority again because they're just causing too much of a traffic jam here and I'm getting annoyed. Works terrible with balanced storage on every facility. Okay. Yeah, I think we need forklifts to make that work, because the forklifts will push resources all the time into the facilities at all times. We don't want prisoner escapes that just has loyalty drop written all over it. Oh, full waste storage. That one's causing massive amounts of pollution right now. Who's going to pick that up? You're moving, so you're not stuck, just late. That's why the ambulances are screaming like crazy right now. Our technical service is overloaded. Doesn't look like it. A bunch of them are idling. More horse carriages, let's go. Send all the horse carriages. What could go wrong? I mean, we already know, but let's try again. Last construction phase of the shopping center. Then we can deliver the missing goods here. And to allow them and their children to get an education, they will have to wait until the tram stop is connected. That's going to be the first access to the tram line, I guess. Beautiful. Yep, that's quite nice. I hope it'll work. Looks like a lot of tram service. Yeah, we're gonna have 3 different stops for students, passengers, and workers, and maybe an extra one for passengers, depending on what we want to do. Not sure yet. We should probably start upgrading the roads to brick roads, but I guess people are right. I should set up the brick factory before I start deciding to lay brick roads everywhere. After I've laid a brick road all the way around the city. So maybe the brick factory is going to happen next time. Brick factory riot? No brick factory riot. Brick factory will happen, I'm pretty sure. No, that lantern shouldn't be there. It's just too close to the junction. That looks silly. Over here would be okay. Oh, that's okay. The stop not beautiful because it's a little bit curved. We're not gonna see that when it's done. I can't get it perfectly aligned with the road. It's fine. It's just a very small amount. That is not... Can't see it. Can't see it. Stop it. Because you can't put it on road, you need to destroy it first. That's true, but that's how the game works, I guess. That's every stop, really. You can put it next to the road. And that works. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to start the construction, not remove it. I mean, if this becomes an attraction area, then we need also some stops to deliver people to it. It's going to be a relatively busy tram area, I think. And if they enter this way and they want to return, they can use this as a loop in both directions. Integrated bus tram terminal. No, well, buses can also go through it, but we don't really have any buses. Horse carriages are not really going to run that much. It's going to be a tram terminal to bring students to the school because they're too far away. That's why we're building another tram terminal here, so they can walk to that place. And the university, and also the large hospital. Broke students eating instant noodles to survive. I don't think they've been invented yet. It's a little bit too modern. So currently we're missing some workers because kindergarten isn't ready yet. But yeah, 2 houses, already close to the efficiency of the other orphanages, pretty much. I think this is going to be a really efficient orphanage and a good setup for the future. 1 extra building, and it might be at full workforce the whole time. I'm going to take a break now. When I come back, I'm not sure if we're going to do workers and resources again. It might happen. Or maybe something else, or maybe I'm taking a break. Not sure how I'll feel. I'm gonna have to get some food first, and then make a decision afterwards. Brick road is aesthetically good. Yes, I like the brick roads a lot. We're not using asphalt on this one. It's gonna be brick all the way. And we can start expanding our housing up this direction. And we'll need more water and sewage if we want to build it up into this corner. And then the potential construction of a leisure district might happen right next to the heating plant because people love spicy air. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let's see, Percussicant is playing something called Roamstead. What is that? That is a pixel art, top-down action-adventure kind of game, it looks like. Zadlier is playing Workers and Resources. What is the cipher doing? Is it DCS? No. It's not. I guess we'll raid over to Zadlier. If you want to stick around for more Workers and Resources, please do. If not, that is fine too. Zadlier is playing his Republic, where you started with, I think, 200 citizens. It's up to 1,400. Has a nice large island map. Currently 1 island populated. Trying to get his boat production on, I think, to increase exports and imports by boat. Because he only is running off of small and medium customs houses, I think, with early start, currently in 1916. It's a struggle. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. Have a very good rest to your Monday afternoon, wherever you are. I might be back, we'll see. Until then, take care everyone, and maybe also next time.